My OBS changed the microphone back to default again. Rude. So I'm messing with the fog editor right now because I want to just input the most awful fucking colors you have ever seen in your life because I want to see what it looks like. But I am going to have to relaunch the game. I do have... Jesus Christ, the game is so loud in my ears. I am going to have to relaunch the game. I've changed all my settings. I probably did that because of the relapse mod. I'm playing with the relapse mod because I want to have more time in the day. Because I want to go around and fuck with stuff. Because I think that would be cool. Let's just apply that. I currently do have the game windowed, but it's like halfway down my screen, which is very annoying. Let's see. Oh, let's... I'm just kind of like dragging colors over everywhere because I just want to see what it looks like. It's gonna look terrible, and I'm fully aware of that, but I also think it'll be funny, so I don't care. Let's just make, like, infected districts look fucking awful. What's the worst color I could possibly go with? Right, so that's burned. What about infected? Let's make it the most, like, horrible green. What is that, the most horrible green I can possibly find? Oh, that's a nasty green. Let's go with that. I should probably, like, save these colors, but it's fine. Let's just make this one awful. There are some colours that I haven't changed, but I am going to be intrigued to know how awful this looks. I think it will be really funny. Where is... Where's Steam? Steam? Oh no, it's probably not on this one actually. No, it's on the other... No, I don't want Origin games, I want the Steam library. The Steam library! Steam apps, common. Pathologic. No, I want data, scripts, save. Right. Let's restart the game real quick, and hopefully the game will, like, be in a location that's not awful. Because that would be nice. Where is my OBS? Where's my Steam? Where's my Steam? So, the Relapse mod does have 2 saves on it normally, one for the Changeling and one for the Haruspex on day 3 that both have their relevant weapons. I'm just gonna go do a bachelor run, and just kind of fuck around. Yeah, that's fine. I was just starting a new game. I was just thinking about it.
Traces of the supernatural reveal.
I think it would be funny if it applied in this pre-rendered cutscene. Ooh, I can't read that. Oh, I couldn't read a word of that.
It's all about trickery to you?
Oh, I move so
Wherever it
fast.
could come from.
No, no. I
I'm speed.
detest trickery, but if we ourselves are deciding.
Daniil Dankovsky, a Bachelor of Medicine.
God, I really cannot. These loading... I don't know whether it's because my resolution is different, but these loading screen tips are virtually unreadable. Unfortunately, there's only one version of the mod, also the game is not responding. That's a... What does that say? Chosen music, indoor aggressive, okay. Okay, I'm not sure why that's there, but okay. Also, I did not know this cabinet existed. I don't know why, it just never occurred to me to look at, like, any of the shit in here, because it like, in my head I'm like, well, there's nothing I can open in this house, so there's no point in me looking. What time even is it in-game right now? That's the wrong button. So I'm assuming that all of the weather stuff only applies to, like, being outside.
I had a feeling you would come.
Yeah, I thought it would be. Because like, obviously, when you go into, like, an infected house, or you go into a house that's being looted, the atmosphere changes drastically, so I'm assuming those are bound to different things. My enemy is inevitability. I'm challenging the forces of nature. So, like, here's, like, a pretty, like... I get that, like, the concept of going after, like, death is a little bit pretentious. Because you can't defeat death. You can't become, like, immortal. But to a certain extent, it's also, like, a noble thing in a way. Because it's like, oh, he's going... I have no idea why that is appearing in the bottom left. It's like, oh, he's going for, like, the one thing that causes people the most pain, I guess, even if it's not, like... Everyone will die, we know that. But it's like, well, if I can just prevent death, then no one has to suffer anymore. Show me where Simon lives. I need no advice. Oh, it might have done. It might have done that. I didn't check to see how much had changed in the config file apart from the full screen stuff. Alright, thank you for the advice. I'll come back. Let's see how horrible outside looks. Oh god. Oh god, I've made it terrible. Oh, it looks awful. You know what, actually, I kind of dig it, though. I kind of dig it. Okay, something I actually want to test real quick. So, I don't know if you saw the post I made about it, but I saw... So, for whatever reason, the Harris specs, the sky looks different.
No.
And I don't know why.
No.
I need to test, I need to see
trickery,
how that changes, whether it does even change.
Artemi Burak is
I like how the game stops responding for a bit while it's loading. That's always a good sign. Okay, so it doesn't change it. It doesn't change that. So what is the difference then? What is the difference? Okay, let's make a quick save there. Cause like the difference between the two runs, like there's a backdrop difference because one is pitch black and the other isn't. I like how the tint kind of stays even in the cutscenes. There he goes. He's doing his best. Yeah, because I don't get it, because it remained consistent for the entire run. And I have no idea why. It never changed. But I don't know what fucked up. Because something obviously did. But I don't know what did. Like, is my game broken?
Murder, they say. Damn, no one can kill silent kind. No way.
A doctor... yeah.
I smell.
Right, okay, I wanna test something, actually. Where is he now? Kill him, alright. So... it's even in the save, that's really funny. Hang on. I'm gonna delete the file that I made in the game, in the thing. Oh, oops, I touched it. I touched the bar for the game and it decided to start going down. Luckily it saved it, so it doesn't really matter. Utter a prayer and run. Alright, is the problem still consistent? Okay, so it won't apply until the morning starts, okay. In that case then, I forgot I can't sprint in this game. Where is the nearest place I can go sleep? Probably... Lads. I can't go in here, can I? No, because I need the key. Go, Artemy. Go run. How much faster is all the NPCs going to be? Getting chased is actually going to feel real weird. No. Leave me be. I've done nothing wrong. I will say, it might just be the optimization, but my game feels a lot more stuttery since putting the weather in. Like, I don't know if that is actually the case. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. There we go. Nice. Okay, so Where's my... I've forgotten all the buttons.
It's the same power that my dear mother used to glimmer with.
Okay. I want to see if I can just get through the day without dying. And I want to see if my... I want to see if my problem with the backdrop is still existent. I'm not gonna die, it's fine. I just need to... it's fine. Let's see. Oh, shit, okay. Ooh, yeah, no, you were right. You were right. Okay, actually, no, that's the changeling. Wait, that was the wrong one. I loaded the wrong file. I forgot how quickly hunger kills you in this game. I've played so much of Pathologic 2 that I've forgotten how this game functions. That was the wrong file. That's the file I want. Oh yeah, you're right. I utterly forgot about that. That's my bad. Again, it's because I played Pathologic 2. I've forgotten shit. Why am I here? Wait, what the fuck? I'm sorry? What? So what? Wait, no, hang on. Right, so this is one of the saves that comes with the relapse mod. First of all, I didn't even know there was full damage in this game. But I guess I've never fallen from a high enough height for it to apply. Why does it start you on top of there? Why is this where it puts you? How did you even get up here? Oh, I'm assuming it's probably like a fly command or something, no-clip command, but even so... So what, is this like a... Is that like a consequence of, That's painful. That's mean. Yeah. Yeah, so the problem doesn't exist for me anymore. That's really interesting. I definitely had a weird visual bug then. That was strange. It's the fact that it never corrected itself either. How much stuff does, like... So you get the revolver, the rifle, and the sawn-off shotgun along with... Damn, you get a decent amount of ammo. I'm assuming they just put it, like, in the inventory. That looks pretty nice. The updated graphics on the guns look quite nice. But hang on. Where's the weather thing? What color did I guess that would be the fog. Let's change the fog to something that is not a horrible bright color. Let's make it a bit milder. The other colors still awful, but it's fine. Why? Just save it as where the dot bin. Stop it. There we go. Right. I've made... I changed the fog so it's not as, like, garishly awful. Oh, why are you down there? This game likes to load up in different locations on my screen, and it's really annoying. How much of the bottom part of the screen is even cut off? I can't tell. Yeah, let's see if I load it up one more time, it might decide to put itself in a different place on my monitor. And now it's gone even lower down. God damn, why? Why are you like this? Is it because there was something else open on my screen? Why is there a... Oh, right, that white bar, that will be the amount that's cut off my screen. Because the game hates me. Yeah. Can you at least load up in a different location on my monitor, please? There we go. Okay. Oh, is there a reply to it? I don't get, like, notifications on my site blog, it's really annoying. I have to manually check it, like, every time. Oh, perfect. Okay. Right, so when the game's loading, the game window isn't responding. That's interesting. That is useful to know, though. I will remember that. Where's my... okay. Where's my horrible, no good... It's this one, isn't it? Oh, okay. There we go. Now it's in the middle of my screen. Now it's fine. Oh, this game's got some weird functionality to it. That's a nicer colour, in my opinion. So... okay. I was right-clicking on it instead of left-clicking. Yeah, it should be it will be a bit darker once it, I didn't change the color much. No, what did I change the color to? I genuinely can't remember what I did. I can't remember what I did. Oh no, it will be blue. When it rolls around to the next day, it will turn blue. I swear it does look slightly less garish though, then maybe that's just me. Oh yeah, I need to go do the main quest, don't I? That'd be helpful. So one thing I am going to try and do, because it's bound to come up at some point, is do the when an infected district starts up,
Great souls.
I'm going
are not
to
those
see
who have
how
fewer
much I can
passions
manipulate
and more virtues than
whatever, like,
common, but those only who have greater designs.
whatever like RNG this game has. Geometry is fucked up in this game, and the way it generates inventories is interesting. I am an adventurer. Appearances can be deceiving. Damn, you mean. Yeah, hopefully, it should. The new weather bin file that I've put in the game will obviously, like, do the thing when it rolls round to the next day, and then it will be blue instead of pink.
The Saburovs' wait is over. They've always wanted an heir.
Also, here's a random pet peeve of mine, right? So I watched a couple of different people, because I've watched the H1 guy Pathologic video, and that was all fine and good. And there was another person who did a video on this game. Not very extensively. It was more sort of talking about concepts more than core, like, aspects of this game. But while I was watching the video, and I realized this during the H1 guy video, they keep calling the Canes, which, in my opinion, is a perfect demonstration of how little they've actually played the game. Because I'll give them the benefit of the fact that, like, a lot of the words in this game are not spoken aloud. You don't know how a lot of the characters say, like, names are pronounced, but there is at least a few lines of dialogue that some characters say that references the other families, especially in Pathologic 2 as well, that reference the families that pronounce their names how they are intended to be pronounced. And it's Kine, not Kane. Or Kiner, I suppose, for Maria. I'm not sure why the A is on there, whether it's for gendered or phonetic purposes. It might just be a Russian feminine suffix. That would make sense. Yeah, that's what I thought it would be. Because, like, it really, like, weirded me out in Pathologic 2 when Aglaya arrived and pronounced Victoria's name as Victoria Olgimpskaya. Because I was like, is it pronounced Olgimpsky, not Olgimpsky? Which is interesting to me, from, like, a language standpoint. I still don't know how to pronounce Georgi's name. I think I'm gonna assume that it's Georgi, not, like, Georgie, as an English speaker would pronounce it. Music time limit reached. We did it, we reached the time limit. I'm just gonna forget, like, where I'm going again. I never know where I'm going in this game.
I feel almost nothing.
Oh, total entities 46,000? I'm sorry, what? Very long-winded way of saying that someone was murdered. Can't believe it, it can't be. I'm no fatalist. What does he mean that he was taught to avoid this worldview of like categories like time, nature, and fate deprive man of responsibility for what goes on around him. I was taught to avoid this worldview. So like, what was he told, that like he is responsible for everything that ever happens in relation to him on the world, and say using the excuse that there wasn't enough time is seen as a downfall? Because, like, in the context of the game, that's, like, an interesting thing, because it is something, like, obviously not with the mod because I've, like, slowed down time or whatever, but, like, my man is going round trying to beat the clock to do all of these things, and doesn't acknowledge the fact that the fact that he cannot do all these things is primarily because of time. It is not his responsibility to go round and solve everybody's problems, even though he might think that it is. He certainly has that opinion. How do you get taught to not consider the fact that natural things that are happening around you are partly responsible for the course of actions that take place? It's like an interesting aspect. Why'd you I don't think it did help. Do you want to help us? But I guess also as well, the whole thing with like him and the Utopians is they are trying to... They are trying to ascend past this plane of like outside things having an impact on what is happening. They want an ideal world where like everyone can do like everything, and not necessarily that there isn't any suffering, but that there is justice, I guess. He talks about himself in such like a pompous way. Astute and inventive. Isidore was an instrument of fate, and Simon's murder is a message that fate intended for you personally, even though he doesn't believe in fate. I want to know how the geometry is built in this game. Why can I not jump on the table? Is there anything that I can jump on? Oh, hang on. Hang on. Wait. What? What the fuck? What? Hang on. Wait. Does this block not have... That's kind of aesthetic, I won't lie. Does that block of the wall not have, like... Huh, okay. Can I jump on the fence? Can I jump on the wall? I caught something on the fence. There's a weird... That's the same thing that's in that one... Also, there is no texture on that side on the other thing. Interesting. Can I jump... Let me out. Can I jump on the fence? I have to be... I caught something on the fence. I reckon I can get on that. How much of this game has, like, specific types of collision that allow you to get to certain places? How high can I get? Also, oh boy, my, I don't know whether it's the relapse mod or whether it's the weather, but my game is, like, having problems. It is stuttering horribly. This fence has some collision up at the top where you shouldn't be able to get to, but it doesn't seem like it's big enough for you to be able to stand on top of it. You can't get on this for some reason. Why did that not catch me that time? Wait, so like right at the... And now it stopped doing it. What on earth? Okay. I think there's a weird... No, put your fist down. God, it's not even 7 AM yet. Despite having all of the frames, my game is stuttering something awful. Nah, I reckon I can get on that. No? Are you not gonna let me get on the fence? Let me hit the fence. Let me get on it. Oh, hang on. This is progress. Well... We were on a hitbox briefly. That's got collision that you can stand on. Not a lot of it, but enough. Not sure whether you can do anything with that necessarily, but... Oh, there we go. What does this do for anything? Absolutely nothing. But I'm here now. Can I jump on top of the lamp? Can I get up on the lamp? Oh, I think that jump is a bit too far. No, wait, hang on, hang on. No, it has collision. I should have just quick save. Why didn't I quick save? Guns won't cure this plague. Okay. What? What? Hang on. Wait, what? What is here? I'm standing on... There's something I'm standing on, and I don't know what it is. Why is this built this way? There's like a step behind the lamp. I'm latching onto something. It's like climbing a ladder. Very weird ladder, mine, but... Oh, that's the wrong button. If the plague touches you, God help you in this town. See, like, getting infected with the plague is really not that bad in this game. If anything, it's more preferable to just have the plague and just, like, keep it at bay than try and avoid it altogether. Why is that the way it is? I reckon I can get on that. Here's a question. Did they write different tips for different characters? Or are these universal? You'd think that they'd write different tips for different characters, because each character, while you play, like, generally speaking the same, do have specific things that the game does not tell you about. I lit the lamp, because I forgot I had that. What button is... hang on. Why is it V? Alright. Never knew about this. Didn't even know it existed. Because the game doesn't fucking tell you about it. I'm gonna spend like 5 minutes just trying to get on this lamppost. I reckon it's possible. Just wish the game didn't have a time loading every time I reloaded the game. But it is what it is, I guess. I'll make do with what I have. Let me on the lamp. Oh, I got up higher then. Why does this thing have such a... Oh, damn it. That's high enough? Okay. That's a... alright. Sure. It's not that high, game. But that didn't... wait, that didn't hurt me that time. So what's... What point is high enough? I want to just stand on this. There has to be a way to just stand on this. I was almost there. Where's the thing I need to catch the... Just seems to be an area where you can just continuously spam jump and it will make you climb. There we go. No? I need to be holding forward while doing it. Oh. There we go. I'm up here now. Now the question is, this exists for this lamppost, so I can assume that it probably exists for all the lampposts, but is there anything else that has this weird climbable collision? Oh no, now I'm stuck. Now I'm stuck on top of this damn thing. There we go. I'm going to assume that trees probably don't have it. No, they're a bit more robustly built. But all of the lampposts do indeed have that very weird collision. What do I need to do again? Oh yeah, I need to go see Victor. I completely forgot.
There's buzzing in my ears.
Daniel Dankowski, yours.
I fear that Simon's death is a symbolic event.
I want to solve a puzzle. I wonder, like, what the creators, like, specific, like, there might be stuff that you can go and find that, is, like, the devs talking about, like, different aspects of, characters, and, like, what they were, what kind of stuff they designed them to be, and what they were going for when they wrote certain dialogue choices, but I'd still be intrigued to, like, know the thought process. Might be something I'll look into at some point. Because when you're writing a character that has, like, multiple dialogue scripts, you have to have some kind of idea in mind as to what you want that character to be to the player. Dankowski obviously has his own, like, thought trails as a character, but, like, what are the thought trails that he has that you can follow to different conclusions? You can be an intellectual snob, or you can be sympathetic, but sort of a little bit selfish and like, one-track minded towards things. Like, oh, I've been trying to do this grand thing, defeat death, but now the one thing that would have allowed me to take another step in that process has been taken from me, and I didn't want to exact revenge on the thing that stole that from me. Or whatever, like, it's like, oh, it's like the goals of those who've been waging war against my work for years. Who has been waging war against your work? Is that ever brought up at any point? I know Thanatica exists as like an institute, so does he mean people who are against the institute that he's a part of? What are their motivations? Why no meat and water? Wanted to be warned beforehand. So he knew that he would die. I do find it interesting as well, like the game talks about the focus as this abstract concept that you never really get to interact with. But like what is it? In a simple question, what the fuck is it? I understand the concepts. It's like an area that is not necessarily physical, but like metaphysical, that Simon Kine and possibly the other kinds can go into in almost like an, I don't know, astral projection type way. Even though the body doesn't necessarily come with them, I guess, but it does something. Oh yeah, I should also, I'm gonna write down a note in my thing that I have. I have a notepad open to write down weird notes. Note, lampposts have weird collision. Simon exists at all. Isidore is the only lead. I don't believe in fate. And it's not even 8 AM yet. And now we've moved to a nice orange. Ah, hey Hachiko. Anything I can help you with? No. How are you doing? You were playing Subeta, I think? I know you were just chatting, but I think you were playing Subeta the last time I looked.
A wise dragon once told me, aim high in life, but watch out for flying boxes.
Thank you for the follow. Goliv 04053. That sounds like a bit of a suspicious name, but you can stay for now. Thank you. I moved the other ones, because I wanted to be... Nah, it isn't. Alright, I'll take your word for it. I don't trust a name that is just... I've been on Twitter for too long. I see a name that is something followed by a string of numbers and I get suspicious. Goliv. It's a good name. Fair enough. Yeah, I didn't make the chat bubbles. I found them from like an online source. But they are pretty nice. But I mainly changed it because I wanted the ability to possibly edit videos so that I can do stuff with them. I currently have a weather editor. All of the environmental ambience colors are currently changed, and you missed having, like, a horrible purple color. Because, Wrath in chat, Pathologic has made a fog editor, which is, pretty cool. I don't need to deal with that. I am playing with the, I'm playing with the relapse mod as well, so everything is currently faster. I feel like I might accidentally fuck myself over at some point because I'll forget to save. But I'm not necessarily, like, playing the game normally currently. Like, I'm gonna make an effort to try and do, like, all of the quests, but I'm mainly trying to see how much I can, like, fuck with things. You telling me that I can't jump on this wall? What? What? Oh, okay. I'm up here. What? What am I standing on? Does this end where the wall ends? So, oh. So there is... Alright. Okay. This is kind of weird. So you can stand on it. The height of it is just... This is part of the game. This is part of the game. Right, I have something else to show you, actually. So... So we can stand on top of... So it... Heh! I was expecting that. That's funny. No serialization is possible during loop override. That's funny, though. Also, yeah, the fall damage in this game. Not that it would ever become really that relevant, because there is very little that you can, like, jump off, as it were. We'll get off that. But, lampposts have... Lampposts are climbable for some reason. Why is this the case? Not a clue. But it applies to every single lamppost in the game. You can climb them almost like a ladder, and you can get on top of them. What are you gonna do with this information? Not a clue. But it exists. It's information that you know now. I'm having problems with this one. I think because of the way... does this help in any way? No, probably not. Hang on, I stood on this. Okay, here's a question. Does this wall... Can I stand on this wall? Is there anything... Because these walls, you cannot jump over them. Because otherwise you would be able to get to different areas a bit quicker. But at least with certain current other things, can't seem to jump on them. But I'm willing to bet if this wall here has a collision box that is much, much higher than, like, previously perceived, that this wall also has that. You just need to find where the top of the box is. Then you can jump over it. The only problem is, like, because this is a sloping wall, the collision box, it might be the top of the box might be a lot higher than it is, say, like, up here. because it's a big box. Or multiple boxes, because it like there would be a box here, then a box here. But the fact that I can get on this small bit here suggests that this one must also have one that you can get on somewhere. Hang on. I don't want to dive in full damage again. Like, there has to be an area where you can... Okay, I think this one might be a lot higher than some of the others. Can I jump in the river? I can get on here, but I cannot... Wait, am I moving forward? No. I cannot jump in the river. That is unfortunate. I can't jump over this wall despite being here, so I think the top of the box must be like up there somewhere. Yeah, let me see. Can I get... Let me on top of the lamppost. Let me on top of the lamppost. This is so ridiculous. There we go. Oh, there we go. God damn it. Right now, I'm holding forward and spamming the spacebar. Okay, I have reached the top. It would seem I'm somewhere... Hang on, wait. Oh, I'm a lot higher now. This is much higher than I was before. I think if I jump off this, it will probably kill me. Well, I'm up here now. I'm stuck. So you can jump on this. This kid is watching me float in the air. I can't jump in the river. That's very sad. I can't believe that child is unimpressed by my feats of magic. So, I think the box for the lamppost is a lot shorter in height than the box for the bridge walls, because what I'm on right now is the walls of the bridge specifically. There is still an invisible barrier preventing me from falling off. There's that one. But I guess we know that now. My god. There we go. I don't think I'll be able to get on top of this wall. I think it's a bit too high. At least for that. There should be at least one other wall that I can get on top of, though. Somewhere. This is the, See, what causes that to happen? The game has there are a lot of points where the game has, like, nodes where you are standing, but you can't move very well. You have to jump out of them. This is one of them. This just happens to be one of the only ones that is on the ground that you can get caught in. But, like, the walls outside of each of the kind's houses have a, they have a node on part of them. bottle. I may be fucking around, but I still have to survive. Can I get on this? Okay, this has a nice square around it that I can't interact with. This, however, does not. I've received some money. I like how when walking on top of this, you can, like, hear the footstep difference. Which I assume is because it, like, oh, the swing is, like, it's metal, so you should, when you walk on it, if you were able to walk on it, it will activate the metal, like, sound bite for footsteps. Oh, so this bench I can stand on. Why can I stand on this bench? What time is it? It's not even 10 AM yet. I'm gonna go finish the main quest real quick. Also, I need to turn a light on, it's dark in here. You have a bullet. Ooh, okay, hang on. Here's something. Can I get on top of this wall from this lamppost? You would think the answer would be yes. Where is the orange that I've set is quite nice. I think that's one of the custom colors that I set. Yeah, so this is the color I set for sun. When it rains, it will turn like almost blood red. I've made a horrible color scheme for the infected and burned districts, and it has a general tint of pink. I'm not sure what like, Wrath, if you're still here, like, what's the general tint? What does that govern? Oh. No, let me up. Let me up further. Oh, no, wait. We getting there? Let me on top of the lamppost. There we go. Can I jump on top of the wall? The answer is yes. What does this do for me? Absolutely nothing. But I can walk on it. Oh, I think my goal to some extent should be to see how many of these walls you can climb over. It's really something. I am very impressed at how, like, weird and awful the collision in this game is. It's really something. Because I watched a speed run of this game, and it took about 40 minutes. Because really, all you've got to do, if you're not going for an ending, is complete the day 1 quest, because otherwise you'll die. And then... No, right, so the Relapse mod, all it changes is some of the graphics are slightly better for specifically the guns. Some of the text is updated to have better translations. It slows down the in-game clock by 20% and speeds up the rest of the game by the walk speed of like all the NPCs and stuff by about 20%. Also changes the sound effect for gaining or losing reputation to be the noise from Fallout for gaining and losing reputation. That's all it changes. It's not changing anything else. The weather, the fog, because you've got like ambient, you've got like an ambient color, a fog color, sunny and rainy. Though that's like the 4 states of like, well, and there's like rain, sun as well, but those seem to be like the states of weather that exist in the game, and they are governed separately from like the rest of the graphics, it seems. I should like probably accumulate some healing items. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? So because Wrath sent me the file for the fog editor, so you're having a time. So it's just like, okay, let's see, what's the most like fucked up colors I can make everything. Which I respect. But a lot of my focus for like playing specifically Pathologic Classic right now is mainly going to be, okay, how can I break the game? The game is not like, the game isn't greatly put together as it is, but it's the type of thing that's like, it's not necessarily exploitable unless you, like, you're really trying, which, like, you don't really have an incentive to try, to be honest. There's no reason why you would want to get on a fence or a wall for any reason, but I'm going to still try. Like, hell, I'm half kind of tempted to just, try and find ways to get over certain fences and stuff, because, if anybody was to, like, speedrun the game or something, it could help them in some way. Oh yeah, there's also this thing I'm gonna go over here so I can get the gun. Oh, is the tint... Okay. It's not just like the ground is a completely different color. Ground is like a weird... is a pink color, and I think that's what the general tint is. Who was killed? Isidore was killed. Oh no. Everyone thinks it was a Shabnakadir. Which is, like, that's one of those interesting things where it's like, see, technically they might not be wrong because, like, entities like that do seem to exist in this world. To some extent. So, like, it could have been. You don't know. I mean, we all know who it was. It was fucking, what's his name? The abattoir man. Oyen. I want to inspect the building. Yeah, so the reason why the game is pink, like everything is just pink, is because I applied a very pale tint, pale pink tint to the general part of like what is like the weather scheme for this game. God, you could just make it so that like everything looks nice and green, doesn't look like everything's constantly dying. Hell yeah. What? I need to make an animated emote. Oh wait, there's a lamppost here. Does this weird bush fence? Oh, also, actually, I have 2 new emotes. I made the emotes so small. Oh, did they come out really small in the thing? Hang on. Where am I? They are very small, aren't they? Do you like them? No, I didn't. Mainly because I forgot. I made them on a whim. I want to make some more. I just need more ideas. But like because I had the thought of like the worm one because of like the like Kubrick stare. Oh, I really scaled that one quite quick. Because I thought it'd be funny. And then while making that one, I had the thought of like the Dankovsky knife cat one. Let me up. Let me get on top of the lamppost. I do want to make a Haruspex and a Changeling one, but because I want to make a meme for the Haruspex, which is the "Can I offer you an egg in this trying time?" But it's instead of an egg, it's a heart. Or like a liver or something, just an organ, a general organ. I think that would be funny. I'm going to get up this lamppost. I want to see if the bushes have also have like a high wall on them. Are all walls created equal in this? I wish to know. I still need to do the main frigging quest. It's not even midday yet. Is there another lamppost I can get on? Ooh, hang on. I have something I want to try. Can I get onto that part of the building? Can I do that? So hey, do you have any bandages? You have a tourniquet? I'll take it. Let me up. Let me on the lamppost. Ugh. I need to turn on the light. It is dark as hell in here. I can see now. And now I can continue trying to scale this fucking lamppost. Let me up the damn lamppost. This one seems a little bit jankier than the others, for some reason. Also, I love the idea that I'm, like, as the Bachelor, just desperately trying to get up this lamppost. And, like, every citizen that walks past me is just like, yeah, it's just like a normal thing. Whatever. Don't worry about it. This lamppost is eluding me. Oh, wait. Oh, I had something there. God damn it. Oh, I've been pet. I'm trying to climb a lamppost and failing miserably. Because this lamppost is built different. Wait, wait. Hang on. There we go. Okay. I am now up here. Now the question is, can I get onto that piece of roof? The answer is maybe. That's why I quick saved. Yeah. It really did, didn't it? Just absolute, like, thud. Oh, come on. Why did that one not kill me? Also, I think if I can jump on it, it's a bit far away. The thing is, that top of the roof might not be where, like, the collision ankle screw back stronger. Yeah, apparently. That part might not be, like, an area I can get on. The, like, box might be higher than that, which is a bit annoying. But, you know, we tried. I have 2 tourniquets and a bandage. Just gonna... I may as well just load the save I had before I try doing that. Also, while, like, these loading screen tips that are part of, like, the relapse mod are good, my god, they are barely readable. don't really have anything for you yet. Like, they didn't use the game's finally breaks the immersion. Yeah, because, like, I don't know, I want to say that this mod was made last year, and they said that it would probably be the only version of the mod they ever make, which is kind of sad. But, like, it's not bad for what it is, it just could be better. Okay, here's a question. Is it possible to get on top of that scaffolding?
Yes.
Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to, sir? The movement of the planets has an obvious effect on our life. However, I do not think it's humanly possible to gain any profit from that. What does that mean, Dankovsky? Are you saying that you believe that the movement of the planets, the alignment of the planets, does have an impact on existence? It's just not something that you can, like, gain anything from? But then how would you know that there is, like, any impact to it?
The outcome was to be expected, I'm afraid. Simon was doomed.
Do you believe in clairvoyance? No. Of course I do. And I was just like, here you have a man who does not believe in the idea that fate, nature, or time can take away responsibility from an individual. But you ask, like, a question, he gets asked a question that's like, do you believe in the power of clairvoyance? And he's like, of course. Like, I guess you could argue there is, like, an element of maybe sarcasm to it, not that you can pick up on that because the characters don't speak, but that's just funny to me. It's like, I don't believe that time, nature, and fate are good excuses for like your failings on things, but I totally believe in the idea that, like, someone could prophesize the future. Um, I reckon I could get on this wall. I'm not sure how, but I could probably get on that wall. I cannot walk straight into the river. I can walk partially into the river. Also, actually having the game log in the bottom left is actually kind of helpful to me, because then I can see when the game is making a decision on something. Could I stand on a child? Probably not. Oh. What? I'm sorry. Ow. Fuck me. What? Excuse me? Hang on. Why can I just... Why can I walk up this tree? I'm on the fence now. Okay. Well, that... interesting. Okay. Is it just this tree? Is there at least one other tree that I could probably do this for? Also, why does this... Okay, I guess I understand why the tree probably, like it has... Ow. A limit to, like where the collision starts and ends. It's a new skill tree. That means, though, that there has to be other trees that you can do that with. That can't be the only one. I think it depends on the steepness of the tree. There must be other trees that you can do that to. See, okay, now I'm intrigued by the, so I can get on this fence, but can I get anywhere from the fence? Is there anywhere I can go to from here? Oh. Is there a gap there? Okay, there's a gap there. We're going on a wall adventure. Because the question, like, one of my questions is, okay, is it possible to jump over these walls here, along with, like, the pipes and stuff? Because if it is possible, you can use that. Oh, sad. You can use that to... Yeah. It isn't just like walking on fences though. Like, you know, climbing fucking, climbing lampposts, straight up like floating on certain stuff. Because, these have things that you can walk on, but they're just very, very high up. It's why, like, I'm intrigued as to whether you could maybe get over this pipe or not. Because I reckon what they've done to stop the player from trying to basically parkour around everywhere is made it so that a lot of the walls like this, they're... The collision for that wall extends a hell of a lot higher than you think it would, because then the player can't jump over them. Because, like, everything's very boxy. Like, this bench does not have it's not made up of 2 boxes, it's one entire box, and I cannot stand on it unless I jump from a different angle. Because now I'm just floating. The swing is climbable for some reason, which I should write down. I'm just writing down all of this shit. The slide I can't seem to do anything with. I think it has too much of a weird sort of angle going for it. Just doesn't seem to really work. Because I want to say that the way this is designed is like, because I think the game wants you to be able to walk through this, so it's made up of like, so you've got 1 rectangle, 2, 3, and then 1 for the swing itself. So theoretically, you would be able to maybe walk in between these 2, or like walk in between these 2, but it's just broken for some reason. Like, that's the only thing I can think of for how that works. I don't know if that is how it works. It might not be. But as far as I can tell, I don't think any build of this game exists where you can, like... Oh, let me jump off the top, god damn it. Where you can say, like... Look at... like, hitboxes and stuff in real time. Or if it does, I don't know about it. Okay, so this wall's hitbox is as high as the wall actually is. I need to go see Yulia. Because, it's the type of thing that could theoretically make, like, speedrunning this game, or even just doing, like, a challenge run of this game. Say, like, you wanted to do a challenge run where you just deplete all of your reputation down to 0 from day 1, which, as the Harris specs, you don't need to worry about. But as the Bachelor, just go and start fucking murdering everyone in sight. Like, it might take a bit of practice, but you could probably do it by, like, you know, jumping on walls to get away from things and using that to your advantage and whatnot. Wait. So, okay, so this is... What district is this? I need... Hang on. So this area that I'm in right now is called the Chine. But why is it? It's called the Chine, but why is it that these houses are... Oh, is this a shop? Why is the tag for the house R? Unless... Yeah, that is an R, right? I'm pretty sure that's an R. It's like R7, house 3, house 5. Oh no, these are all house 3, it's the same house. Wait, why? Hang on. These houses aren't connected. Why are these 2 houses called house 3? That's 04. Oh, it will be for the house type. That's what it will be. So, like, this specific... I think this specific, like, type of building is, that's shop, fuck me, is house type 3. Yeah. That's just number 6 for that area, I want to say. Then this will be house type 2. And then I'm going to assume that there's probably one more house type. That's just like general house, and then all of the named characters' houses will have that be like the name of the house, probably. This tree still fascinates me. There must, because like, all of the trees must not necessarily like look the same, but some of the trees must be the same model of tree, right? In fact, I'm pretty sure that that tree is the same as this one, it's just at a different angle. Is it due to the angle that the tree is at? I'm going to assume that's probably the reason why I could scale that tree so easily.
As the mind endeavors to reach one goal, the heart insensibly drags us towards another.
Twireen is in bloom.
My chest seems to be filled with cotton wool.
I find that's something that's interesting, like, various characters, Yulia obviously being the first one that we've heard so far, like, from this playthrough, talk in ways that, if you were paying attention, or you knew about things later on, you could gauge just like, oh, is this character aware of the fact that they are a toy? Because the use of, oh, my chest feels like it's stuffed with cotton wool, while, like, is a bit of, like, a passing thing that you could probably say, the fact that we know that all of these characters don't actually exist, that they are just dolls that children are playing with, puts a lot more weight to that. Kind of list. Do you like Eva?
I'm afraid it's natural. Simon was doomed.
What would you do if you were me? Can't stand it. It's better to die than to lie. And like that as a phrase, it's like, oh, perhaps you'd like being played with then. Like a toy. Because technically, throughout the entire game, you are being lied to. You think that this is real, and yet it isn't. It is just a game, after all, but it's also more than that. And I like that. Yeah, go see everyone else.
I'm afraid I'm of little use now.
Where the fuck did Simon even live? Did he live with his, did he live with his brother Victor? I have to assume that's where he lived. He doesn't have a house. Yeah. What would I do without you? Okay, so now I just need to go see Kempsky. I can't, like, raid Yuli's house. I'm really enjoying this aesthetic I've got going on. It's very nice. I picked some good colours, in my humble opinion. I still want to see if there are any more climbable trees. Like, there has to be at least one more somewhere. We will as well be doing, like, inventory manipulation and stuff like that as well. Because I want to test out shit. Oh, something I do want to test, actually. So, we know... Medicine. So we know that going into a house despawns the enemies. Well, it just despawns everyone in the area, actually. I can sleep in any of these beds. I don't know why that didn't occur to me before. Wait, why can't I access this cabinet specifically? There aren't any others I can access.
nice to see you. Was it a month ago? I can't remember.
My name is Daniil Dankowski. Ugh, I don't really like pathos. You are a poet.
No. A town like this can't give birth to a killer.
So, here she's talking about Schmauder. That's what she's talking about, because Schmauder is a mixture of all the different medicines just mashed into one thing, and it almost kills you, but it kills you of the plague. So I don't think I didn't actually do this quest before. Also, chess. So I didn't pay attention to how long I was actually in this house for. When did I save? So I've been in this house for at least 4 minutes. 3 or 4 minutes of in-game time. You don't have anything. And it spawned 3 children outside. No, I don't want to save the game. I'll load the game. So... something I'm going to do very quickly is... I'm going... this is going to take a hot bit. Oh my god. What the fuck? Ah. Eh. Where's my thing? There we go. Right, more time passed in that moment. And these kids are so I think there is like a minimum, because now they're not here anymore. So just testing something. So it's currently 2:16 in game. And these three kids spawning outside will be consistent. It is... So, 2:20. Go in the house. I'll come back out. Everything's gone. I'll go back in. I'm going to wait for a rough minute of in-game time to pass. So still no one is here. 23. So let's wait for roughly 2 minutes of in-game time to pass. Okay, so I think that being inside a building for 2 minutes-ish of in-game time will cause NPCs to spawn outside the building. Whether that will... Whether, like, the different amounts of time will change, I think is a... Like, the NPCs that spawn outside, whether that changes depending on how long you stay in the building, I'm not sure. I need to, So... If it takes roughly 2 hours for 24 hours to pass in-game, that means that it's 12 hours per real-life hour. So, roughly every 2 minutes, an hour passes. Ish. If the in-game time has been slowed down by about 20%, then how fast will that go? Or should it go? Because this still feels like it's going very quickly for what it is. I'll actually just see, hang on. It's getting up to the hour. I'm gonna wait for it to hit the hour and then start a timer. Fine. Right, I've started a stopwatch because I want to see how long the time lasts. So it seems to be about 6 seconds per minute-ish. Not quite 6 seconds per minute, but more or less. run about for a bit. Okay, so I do think this is going to go past 2 minutes for the hour. So it has been slowed down. It's just the extent that it's been slowed down. So it took about 1.5 for 15 in-game minutes to pass. So that's... So I think it's about 6 minutes per hour now. I think that should be about right for what it is. More or less. Yeah, so now it should get to 3 minutes at the half hour. Which, like, goddamn, it does, like... It doesn't feel like it's changed, but it definitely has. Yeah, so I think there was a brief part in an earlier bit where I think because I went through a door, it partially screwed up the in-game time because I don't think time continues to pass when you're going through a loading screen, which would make sense. There's no reason for that to happen. Ah, Mavis is here. Hello, Mavis and Raiders. You were playing Dragon Quest, I think. The pizza dimension? Oh, I don't know. Right, now I'm going to do a very painstaking process, which is going to be, how many times do I have to talk to this kid? Well, okay then. For her to get Schmouder in her inventory. This is not helpful. I didn't want this to happen right now. Yeah, everything is very purple now. Of course she has to give it to me the first fucking time. Well, that could be a... That can be a backslash then. Yeah, I have a fog editor made by someone who I've spoken with on Tumblr. Something that they made, so I can change the weather color in this game, which is really funny. I want it to rain, because then it will just be red and awful. Okay, so... Right now, I am basically doing... Oh, why did I go back? I just need to reload the save. I'm basically doing, like, a slash for every time I talk to the kid and they, like, don't have Schmouder. And I'm going to try and do it about 100 times. Because I know the kid's going to be here. Yeah, for drop rates. For specifically Schmauder. I want to know roughly what, like, the percentage chances of, Schmauder being dropped is. For no other reason than mainly just personal interest, to be honest. Like, it will probably be useful to at least one other person. But... eh. Also, I need to write something down, which is that staying in building for 2 in-game spawns PCs. It's without the C. Schmauder. Like, I can't get any at the moment. I mean, the kids did literally name it. The entire point is that it's a powder that they've taken all of the medicines that they could possibly find and powdered them and put them all together in this one thing, and it cures the plague for some reason, but they treat it like a game. Okay, so didn't have it that time. Like, it almost kills you. It doesn't quite kill you, it almost kills you, but it does cure the plague. I don't think it can kill you. I think it reduces your health to like a 10% of what it currently is, if I remember correctly. Yeah, kind of, I guess. Gonna separate these numbers in clusters of 5 so I can read it better. Like, right now, I am not playing the game to play the game, I'm playing the game to fuck around with stuff. I have discovered a couple of different things that has, like, no relevance on absolutely anything, but I think are interesting. One of them being that you can, for some reason, scale lampposts. Why must there be... Why does there have to be 2 boxes for that? Did I drink all my coffee? I did. I don't remember what I do. Oh yeah, I need to write down as well that tree by Yulia's house can be climbed for some reason. Because I feel that is important information. It's another 5. God, this is going to take so long. But at the moment, it is currently a 1 in 10 chance. I keep turning around to like go back to the house. I need to just reload the save. I don't need to go back to the house. God, the fucking size of these tips is like really annoying. Like I'm not reading them, I don't need to, I know how to play the game, but like, my god, they are not very well designed for what they are. Which is very annoying. Oh yeah. Why did I do that? They have so much concerning medicine. It's the fact that it's like, oh, they steal them from the adults to play games and then they poison themselves because they're playing games by mashing all the powders together to make schmowder. It's like, alright. This is fine, I guess. Right, it seems we seem to be on a 1 in 15. Why did it... I hate the fact that the first one is the one that gave me schmowder. Like, the first time I talked to the girl as part of trying to see what, like, the rough drop chance, it had to be the first one that gave me schmowder. Right, that's another 5 times. Dusk and the what? Dusk and the seedier parts of town will be your only respite? Oh, bless me. Oh my god. Excuse me. Guns won't cure this plague. I know I do need to, like, buy food and whatnot so I can survive. Probably be a good idea. But there other things are more important, like climbing lampposts and scaling trees. Yeah, I'm a healer, but yeah. Okay, so that's the second time we have seen Schmauder now as part of the inventory. I'm going to say that I think that Schmauder actually has a higher drop rate than... Oh my god, again? Really? That's 3 times in the space of 20 interactions. That's not the button I wanted to press. I reckon it actually doesn't have quite as lower a drop rate as people think. I think what makes it seem like it has a lower drop rate is that this kid, you do not encounter this kid very often. And because all the NPCs look the same and are just wandering about, there's a good chance that if you interact with one of these kids, the next kid you interact with might not... either will not be for a while, or might be the same kid, you're just not realizing it. Either that, or I just got very lucky to see it spawn in the inventory twice in a row. Now, once I have sufficiently done enough of these, which we're currently on 23, something else to try and see is whether you can force certain NPCs to spawn or not. Because as far as I can tell, when you go into a house, if you're getting chased, when you go into a house, it will reset all of the NPCs that are currently in the area for that instance until you leave the house again. And they will not spawn back in for that area until you have spent, like, based on what I was doing, at minimum about 2 minutes. Again, really? So that's 1, 2, 3. That's 4 times across 25 interactions. But I think the question is, okay, so if you have to spend a minimum of 2 in-game minutes inside a house, what determines what NPCs will spawn outside of that house? Is it the amount of time that you spend in the house? Is it something else? Because is it just random? Because every time, if you save before leaving a house, every time you come out of that house, the same NPCs will be there. However, I have seen it happen before, but it might just be because I didn't look around, but I had a save on my Changeling run where I got 2 of the teensy kids outside of the house at 2 different... outside of the town hall for 2 different instances. And every time I went outside the house, outside the building, there was only the teensy girl who was kind of a bit away, but round a corner. But then sometimes, upon leaving the house, the one of the other child NPCs spawned outside the house, and it happened about twice. And I don't know if she was already in the area, but I found it interesting that it had... There was like another NPC that just appeared for some reason.
What's this? It's a coffee.
I can see it's a coffee.
Taste it and find out. It should be cool enough. Peanut latte.
Ooh.
I'm not making it have anything. So,
No.
good day.
That's fair. So that makes... That's 30 times now. I've made some interesting discoveries about the collision in this game.
Yeah.
You can scale lampposts.
Interesting. How?
By going sort of anywhere at the back of them, and then just kind of jumping while walking forward.
Oh. Indeed.
This happens with every single lamppost.
Is it useful? Can you use it to do anything?
You can get on top of walls,
Okay.
if there's a wall nearby.
Can you use it to escape enemies?
You probably could, it'd probably take a while. And it's not very consistent.
Well, maybe you just not practiced it.
Because I'm not entirely sure what is like exactly going on with this. It's almost like... It's like the lamppost is made up of multiple collision layers, and you are catching each layer as you jump.
Could be that it's on a slight slant.
That could also be the case. Also, the walls that are either side of steps that like go down to the bridges and stuff, you can jump on top of them, but the top area where like you can stand on is much higher than where the wall actually is. It's like what they've done is taken the wall, and instead of doing like a sloped sort of collision box for it, they've just made a big box that goes up to a certain height that like depending on how high you are at the start of like the ramp, you could feasibly jump on it. Why is that the case? I don't know. It may have just been the easiest way to program that kind of thing. It may also be to prevent the player from being able to jump over certain things. You cannot jump in the river. At all, which makes me sad. I wanted to jump in the river. Right now, I'm talking to the teensy NPC a bunch of times to see how many times in like 100 interactions I get Schmauder as part of the inventory role. So far, out of 31 interactions, I have gotten it 4 times.
It's more than I expected.
Yeah, it's more than I expected as well. Oh, where's she gone? She's not... Oh no, there's one over here. That's kind of weird. So I'm basically just been like, okay, I have a save just outside, just like before I leave the house. Just keep reloading the save because I know there is going to be a teensy NPC outside of the door. So I can just consistently do it over and over again and see roughly what the drop chance is. I don't think the drop chance is that low. I think the problem is that the NPC doesn't spawn very often. I do want to see if I can try and climb a house. Because I think that'd be funny. It might be hard because of the fact that I don't think any of the areas of the house that look remotely climbable will necessarily have collision areas that you can like get up onto, because I think it's just a big box. Because something I noticed, so there's a lamppost outside of Stamerton's pub, and I looked at the pub and I was like, this building has two roofs that if I was to jump on the lamppost, I could probably roughly jump onto these two pieces of roof, or one of them anyway. And the roof has a slight lip overhanging it. And I tried jumping, and aside from the fact that I took fall damage, because fall damage does actually exist in this game, I went straight through the lip. I didn't interact with it at all. So I think the lips that are on the edge of the building just don't have collision to them, and the actual like box itself that you can interact with is a bit further back to like account for that. I think with some buildings it might be slightly different. Because like Laura Ravel's house, for example, is because there has to be like an interaction sort of thing that you have to be able to interact with the door. So I think that the main bulk of the building is probably just one big square to a certain extent that like extends straight up, but then like for steps are their own thing, and then like there would be chunks around the the bits that stick out a bit more. But for most of the rest of the houses, I think I don't think you'd be able to stand on this. If you could like get up there, there's not really like, I'm gonna wander around and see if I can try and find like a lamppost that is close enough to one of the entrances of the house that I could maybe try and jump on one of those, but I don't think it has collision. Because there's no reason for it to have collision. Because that's assuming that the player would ever be able to get up there in the first place. Sitting on your spot. She's angry with me. On her spot, she's just staring at me. Taking her place of napping. 5, 10, 15, 20. So we're currently on 38 tries. We've yet to get another Schmauder. Plus, obviously, I've got the relapse mod on currently, so time moves a bit slower. Before it took about 2 minutes for an hour to pass. Now it takes 6. Which, when you're looking at the time going, it doesn't feel like it takes 6 minutes because the time's still going at a reasonable pace. But, like, that is a considerable amount of difference. Because 1 minute will pass roughly every 6 seconds. There is also a tree outside of Yulia's house that I think because of the angle it's at, you can just climb it. Which is kind of funny, because I looked at the tree and was just like, I wonder if I can climb that tree, and then I walked up to the tree and just walked up the tree. Also, every time I load and save a game, it will say that because the log thing for the game is currently up in like the bottom left corner of the screen, but it will say world loaded, total entities 46,616. I'm like, how does that work? Because they can't all be loaded at once, right? And just from wandering around, there definitely aren't, like, that many people wandering around in this place. So, I'm wondering... Here's a question, actually. For each day that passes, once the infection starts, are the numbers that it gives you random? Because I wonder if that has something to do with it. Because I would think that if the numbers that you get like each day were random, it's based on how many entities the game has, like, not necessarily loaded in, but like it has a number that it is keeping track of, that it like does, like, oh, you know, you've like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I just do 5 more to get to 50. But it's like, oh, there are 46,000 entities, so the number of people that can become infected and or die must add up to that total number, maybe. Like, that's one of those things that, like, I think it's interesting from like a programming perspective, but doesn't really have any bearing on anything else. Right, it seems we're looking at a 4 in 50 chance at the moment of Schmauder being a inventory roll. It might change that, that's what I'm wondering. Because I think, like, as I've been playing, I don't think the number has changed from like 46,000, it's like 46,616, I think is the number. Yeah, 46,616 entities, like, not necessarily loaded, but existing. Because you don't necessarily see much of the impact of the death toll or infection rate, apart from, like, what districts happen to be infected that day. But if say I started the next day and that number changed in any way, then I would assume that it's rolling for something. You know, it feels like I think I just got lucky with my Schmauder rolls. I think what I'll do is I will write down the number. So it's like, I'll write down the number, and then when it gets to the end of the day, when the day rolls over, I'll see if the number changes, and also see, okay, like, what, how many people got infected, how many people died, and see if it like makes a difference to that number, whether they're related in any way. Oh god, this is definitely a chore, but I wish there was a faster... It would only be faster if, like, the kid was directly outside the door, which would be more helpful, but I'll take what I take. I'll take what I can get. So we're on 56 times, and we still have only 4 Schmauders. gonna see if I can get rid of those loading screen tips, because they're actually the fact that the font is so unreadable, it squishes so much, is starting to annoy me. I could like dig around in the game files and see what how they have been implemented. I would assume that all it is when the game loads, it picks one of the random pictures that it has in its game files, and the tip is just basically like imposed, I guess, onto that. But it's not very good. It could be so much better. Even just using a nicer font. Nope. Okay, this is looking to be a less than 1 in 10 chance. I would definitely do this for like, I would be fully committed to like making a percentage-based drop table for this game. Though like not necessarily on stream, because God, talking to the same character over and over again just to see if they have anything in their inventory is a drag. But who knows, someone might find it useful. At the very least, I think people would find it interesting. Okay, where's the game files? Data. Okay, so there are 3 sets of loading screens. One is like a regular one is an ultra wide one, and one is just wide. Can I open these files? I have no idea what I'd actually use to open these files with. Open these with Notepad. They have absolutely no substance to them. Assuming that's all motion. I should really look at these at a different point, but I'm interested. That's a photo viewer. Do I... Is there anything I have that I can open this file with? Adobe Acrobat. Is actually, wait, what are they filed with? They are .tex. So what are they for? So it's probably not a good idea to do right at this very moment, but I'm doing it anyway. Have anything to it though, it can't just be that. I think I'm opening this file as the wrong type. Yeah, I You view this thing as a horrible PDF. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, well, I'll look into this later, because I can probably, like, mess around and do something with these. Though, right now, we'll just focus on doing this stuff. Because the game... the game formats the textures as a docx file, which I can't open with anything that I have. I need to download, another software in order to open them. But I reckon if I can open it and edit the texture of these loading screens, I could probably do something with these loading tips. I guess the thing is, well, I don't know what loading screen the game is trying to load, because if they've only edited like one set, then it's just gonna fuck it up for all versions of it, depending on the resolution that the player has. One thing I will probably need to do at some point is uninstall and reinstall the game so that I can... Well, I should have copied and pasted the original game files into a different folder so that I could easily get them back, but I don't know why it just didn't occur to me to do that for some reason. But I kind of want to see like how much I can mess with like textures and stuff for this game. I don't have I'm not entirely sure. I don't know what engine this game is made with. If I remember correctly from... Oh, where's the kid? If I remember correctly from, I think, like, H. Bomber Guy's video, I think he said it was made with the same engine as... Oblivion? Maybe? Not that I know what that engine is, but even so. My microphone has decided to become weirdly sensitive again, because it hates me. One thing I will say, which is quite nice, I'm not having any dropped frames. I'm assuming because I've forced the game to run at a lower resolution. Same can't be said for Pathologic 2, but hey ho, it is what it is. Damn, I think we just got lucky. The probability favored us in the beginning, and now it's just not. Like, I've done this 72 times now. And since the 4 that we got, like, right at the start, it has not given me another one. Really just not giving me anything. That's something I was just thinking about, because like I have kind of like I think about like the Pathologic is genius in his Y video sometimes. I haven't watched it very often. I think I'll watch it like 3 times maybe. But I like how one of the things that like he talks about in that video is how like, oh, you can kill like the kids in this. And it's like, well, actually, you can't. You can only kill the one child, which is the boy NPC who has the same model as the Doghead kids. That is the only child character you can kill in this game. And they do drop stuff as well. And like, that's when I understand that like a lot of the times when you are killing kids, god, that sounds terrible, is usually for story purposes and stuff. But like, you don't really have that as an option otherwise. It's not a thing that you can just go and do on a whim, because the game won't let you. I think, like, the few people that I have seen do pathologic videos, and like, not necessarily like character analysis, but like certainly like talking about the game in general, from based on how they talk about the game and the specific aspects of it that they like to talk about in more detail, very much tells me that they played through each character once and obviously recorded the entire thing, and that was the extent of their gameplay, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But the problem is, if you only play each character once, realistically you're not getting like a full you're not getting like the full breadth of the experience of playing the game, because you're only playing the version that you played. This isn't necessarily an RPG. Dialogue choices do make an impact on certain things, like whether you can complete certain quests or not. If you fuck up the dialogue, then you fuck up the dialogue. but you can also save the game whenever the fuck you want, and, like, to a certain extent, manipulate it so that you can not fail things. You don't have to do every quest in the game. Not every quest has a reward. Sometimes you just do things in the game because it makes you, the player, feel good. Like taking the stuff from Lara to set up for the House of the Living. You don't get a reward for doing that, but you can keep the food on you if you want to. You don't have to, but you can. And I understand the aspect of, like, oh, being an asshole in this game and not helping people works more in your favor than it does for, like, anything else. And it's like, yeah, there is that aspect to it. But in the context of the game, like, it kind of makes sense that that's the way that it is. Because it's basically telling you as the player, you will not be able to help everyone. You physically cannot do everything that you want to do because of time constraints and because of circumstances. Because, like, helping people in what way you deem fit as, like, a player character going through a world is not necessarily the best course of action. Your way is not the only way, and sometimes there is nothing you can do, and other times, it's like, it's actually better to just not do anything. Not because there isn't any reason to do it in the first place, but because the consequences from it are actually worse if you do help than if you don't help. God damn, we are almost at the 90 interaction mark, and we still haven't gotten another Schmauder. As well, for, like, Dankovsky's character specifically, because you can have the opinion that you don't believe, like I've said it before, but, like, because you can have the opinion that you don't believe in time, nature, or fate interacting with people, because that takes away the responsibility that people have to do things. The circumstances that, like, Dankovsky has found himself in almost, like, work to disprove that, because it's like, actually, you do have limited time. You cannot do everything because you do not have enough time given to you. Nature is taking its course. It is, like, manageable, and you are fighting against like, what is almost an invisible enemy. Like, he's fighting against the concept of death, the death itself. But, like, Dankovsky's entire, like, worldview hinges on this idea that he as an individual, and maybe others who are like him, are in complete control of everything that ever happens to them. And anything that may have contributed to a failure on their part is not using like outside using outside elements to explain why you failed at something is an excuse, because they are not responsible for your actions. You are responsible for your actions. But over the course of the game, he finds out that actually, no, that is not the case. You are not responsible for everything that happens ever. And you can't be responsible for everything that happens ever, because why the fuck would you be able to? And then to have the kick in the teeth, like finding out that like the powers that be are that like you are a doll. He's just suddenly like, I have been lied to my entire life. My entire existence is a lie. I haven't been in control of anything at any point in my life. What is the point of my existence? It's like he realizes that the dream that he's been trying to chase the entire time is not real and basically unobtainable, really. And that fucks him up. Meanwhile, like, Artemy, I think he's not necessarily like content with it, but I think he's more at peace with the idea that like nothing is necessarily real, everything is not necessarily that everything is predetermined, but almost like predetermined to a certain extent. It's almost like it's sort of like is it determinist? Is sort of Dankovsky's worldview. He has a very determinist outlook, and Artemy has whatever the opposite of determinism is. Because which one? I'm like struggling to remember concepts. Also, where is the child? She should be around here somewhere. Oh, there she is. I'm trying to remember like the term, what determinism is specifically, and the one that is the opposite of determinism. But I have forgotten. Oh, I studied 4 years of psychology, and I can't even remember bloody terms for things. Is it free will? It's like, there's a word for it. I swear there's a word for it. Oh, finally! I think it is free will versus determinism, but I swear there is a... It's probably just like non-determinism or something, but I swear there is a word for it. It's like Dankovsky's worldview is very... He believes in free will. That he has control over everything. Everything is, like... Nothing is determined. He has full control. Oh my god, okay. Whereas Artemy, and granted, you as the player can take a bit of a different like view of that depending on what sort of direction you want to take him, like role playing wise. This is more for Pathologic. For this Pathologic than Pathologic 2. But the... like, the whole thing with, like, the kin is that sort of, you know, everything follows the lines. There are things that are destined to happen because of things that are outside of your control and what the Earth wills it to do. And certainly in, like... right? Certainly in Pathologic 2, you can take a very different view to this because you can just outright, like, reject the kin. But you don't have to take that route. Also, so we've now done that 100 times, and out of that 100 times, we got 1, 2, 3, 4... we got 6 Schmauder out of 100 times. I feel like I'd have to do, like, 200 to get a more accurate answer, but that being said... so... I guess you could say that it is roughly a 6% chance that the kid will have Schmauder in her inventory. I feel like that's like, it's not a low number. It's certainly higher than I thought it would be, actually. I thought it would be more like a 1 in 100 chance, like 1%, but that's actually decently high. I wonder if it's a number that's actually closer to like a 10% chance. It's just that the NPC themselves just don't appear very often. Though, I am just going to be right back. A sec, I need to close some curtains at the very least. Go away. Why is this here? Go away, please. Oh, I know what that text was. Alright, I'm back. Okay. You right there, dude? Yeah, so actually I did the, I finished doing the thing, and it roughly turned out to like a 6% chance, which I do not think is accurate. I feel like I'd need to do it like at least 100 more times in order to get a more accurate score, of what it probably is. Also, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I need to go over to Vlad's house. I think I'm gonna just make a beeline for the main quest. Just gonna do the main quest so I don't die in the evening, because then I am just free to do whatever the fuck I want. And then we can fuck around a bit more with, like, geometry and the rest of it. Because I need to live. That is very important. That's my text document.
Many a mickle makes a muckle. There's no hurry.
What does that mean? Many a mickle makes a muckle? Many a mickle makes a muckle. One mickle does not a muckle make. Can make a tongue twister out of that. What is the current... What's the current state?
No, I won't believe in some earthen killer.
Also, they, because they say that Isidore was killed because he had a, something that looked like a giant talon inside his, chest. It surprises me that, no one has suggested, well, no one, like, in the context of the game, has suggested that it might just be a bullhorn. Because, like, it makes more sense for it to... I don't think... I can't remember if you actually, as the Harris specs, you actually get the murder weapon. Because I'm pretty sure it's something, like, meaningful. But it feels like it's a bullhorn. Which, in a way, actually narrows down the killer a lot. It's like, oh, well, it has to be someone who handles bulls, which means that the person who killed Isidore probably came from the abattoir, for that is the only place where the bulls go and they die, right? God, I really fucking hate Vlad. He talks about he talks about the people. Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure you don't actually see the weapon in question, or if you do, I don't remember seeing it. If I did, it was as the Haruspex, but he's the only character who gets to see it. No one else does. And no one is like, oh, kind of looks like a bullhorn though. They're just like, oh, it looks like a giant claw. So I hate you. I hate you, Big Vlad. Something that I don't know how to feel about, because I read a Tumblr post that put it far more concisely than I ever will, just talking about it, because I can't like think about everything. The kin are sort of spoken to and spoken about in a very cruel tone. And there's this sort of there's sort of like the overarching idea that it's like these people who have come from the earth, who have been molded and shaped by the earth, like they are seen as being backwards and primitive and only as good as animals by certainly Vlad, maybe a little bit by the Bachelor, depending on how you play him. And he has that opinion in the other runs, especially the Changeling run, but it makes sense in the Changeling run because he's just an asshole in the Changeling run. Like, in this game, it doesn't take such a... thoughts in my brain are not formulating into words that I can speak. Because, like, Big Vlad only sees the kin and, like, anyone who is sort of, like, partially involved with the kin as being, like, nothing more than animals. Virtually livestock. Slaves, if you would be so inclined. Because that is what they are to Vlad. In the second game, this is emphasized a lot more, because the game, because obviously you're only playing as the Haruspex, unless you have the DLC, which I do have the DLC now, but I kind of want to complete, I want to get a proper ending in Pathologic 2 before I, tackle the DLC. Because I want to have, like, a better understanding of certain things. But there's a lot of, like...
What?
There's a lot of resentment and aggression expressed towards the kin by many of, like, the non-step characters. And there's the whole thing with, like, you know... It could be argued, like, video game misogyny, because the fact that, like, the women of the kin, like the Herb Brides, are... they are often killed. They are they tend to work in like in the pub as like presumably like sex workers or something, like women of the night, as it were. That seems to be that seems to be what's implied at the very least, at least in this game. Maybe less so in the second game, but there isn't really much else. You see more people wandering around in general, but like there's a lot of like hostility towards the culture and such, and because these people are seen as nothing more than animals, there comes a point where it seems not necessarily racist in a way, but like, I don't know. It feels iffy to a certain extent. I got pet. I want to see actually. See if I can find the Tumblr post that was talking about it, because it was a very interesting read. Because the person was talking about it in the context of certain like historical contexts, and I thought that that was interesting. This is why I tag all my stuff. No. What do you mean? God damn it. Here's the post. Le post. Here is le post. Have le post. Like, video games are allowed to explore, like, different topics and stuff, you know, there's no doubt about that. Though it would, Pathologic 2 does this a bit more than this one, but, like, there's very little that is explored about the kin and their culture, from, like, a lot of, like, game perspective, which I wish there was just more of, because you barely get anything in this game. Like, sure, as the Haruspecs, you can interact more with the Termitary and the Abattoir, and you talk about Boss Turok, and the idea that, like, the world is a giant bull, and, like, everything comes from the earth, and everything is returned to the earth when it dies, and stuff like that. But, like, Artemy is a kin man. There should be more for him, specifically interacting with, like, his own people, and, like, understanding more about where he comes from and what his, not necessarily his purpose, but, more.
Katerina thinks Claire is a messenger from heaven. Yeah, right.
Because I think it mentions in that post there's sort of the whole thing that, like, it could be argued that the way the kin acts is partially, like, the part of the kin culture because of the way that, like, the town is and the conditions that they have had to endure has forced them to become much more violent and hostile because it's for their own, otherwise they wouldn't survive, really. But I wish there was sort of more of it explored in that way. Because, like, when Vlad the Younger talks about, like, the riots and stuff, he doesn't really give you much information about what is the deal with why the kin is rioting. It could be read in such a way that the kin are rioting because of their poor working conditions, because they're, like, you know, 4,000 people hauled up in those like horrific brutalist looking buildings, which can't be good at all, especially after you go inside and see that it's just a nightmare in there. Like, I think Vlad talks about it a bit more with the Haruspecs than he does with the Bachelor, because he acknowledges that the Bachelor probably does not have as much of an insight into stuff as Vlad does, because Vlad is very interested in the culture. He wants to learn more, and I respect that. He blames himself for what happened with the outbreak. And for the fact that, like, most of the individuals in the termitory die. And I think that is expressed a lot better in the second game than it is in this one, because both games are lacking in different aspects because of how they are designed, and I acknowledge that. I reblogged a post earlier today that was talking about how there are certain design choices in Pathologic 2 that are quite strange, because the game wants to give you the illusion that you have not necessarily free choice, but, like, the dialogue that you have makes an impact on characters and the story that progresses on from that point with the dialogue. But there are random throwaway bits of dialogue in that game that, when you actually consider what the character is saying, kind of have, like, a lot of implications for different like aspects of both, like, the character and the world that they exist in, but they're just not explored in any way. The post specifically was sort of talking about, it's like, oh, what is eye slot reset buttons? That's one of the new icons. Is it worth 1? That's worth 5. But yeah, the post was specifically kind of talking about the fact that there is a piece of dialogue with Vlad the Older where you can just casually mention that Artemy had a wife who died. But that's all there is to it. There is nothing else. And it's like, why? Why is that the case? Surely for, like, his character and for, like, world building, that's kind of an important aspect for a character to just casually mention and not have any, like, reaction. Especially considering, like, Artemy hasn't been in the town for, like, 5 years, I think it is. Like, 5 or 6 years, I think. And, like, what, the casual mention that, like, he went away to presumably, like, a university or something that he was sent to by his father, and then he studied there, studied medicine, had a relationship, and got married, and then she died? Like, come on. Because something like that specifically, is different from something that is mentioned, I can't remember if it's in this game or in the second game, I want to say it's in the second game, but it is mentioned at some point that, Artemy's mother, I think, died in childbirth, giving birth to him, and that he had a brother. No, thank you. It's one of those things that just seems like, I don't know, isn't this, like, kind of an important part of the character that you're trying to build? Even if there was just kind of minimal dialogue involved with, like, how the game might, like, broach that as a topic, just
with my eyes?
just there being, like, nothing there for the character is very strange.
To tame his impertinence, Earth had disgorged a monster from deep within its bowels.
So, you live here, huh? God, you are terrifying. Something I think is interesting about Asperty's design specifically, because she is considered, she's considered, like, non-human. I don't necessarily know whether that is, Hi. You're right, you're right there, Eldritch Kool-Aid? Having a moment? God, you are so... Oh, it's kind of disturbing, actually. I wonder if it's because the game's speed is sped up by 20%, so it makes it look far more disturbing than it actually is, because it's sped up a bit. That is probably just what it is. We got that. I think I need to talk to Vlad again. I made a mistake, but it's fine. timed it. No, it's fine. I was saying something, and I've forgotten what I was saying. Oh yeah, because like Aspity, like, is not a human, but I think like the fact that all of the like it is referenced multiple times. It's like, oh, the Shabnakadir, a shape-shifting creature that takes the form of a woman, but like her legs are made of bone and clay, and that's how you can tell that she's a steppe creature. Well, he's going for that woman. This is fine. And the fact that, like, Aspity's outfit design very purposely covers the legs. I think it's just one of those, like, things. It's like an interesting, like, it's an interesting character design from the perspective of, oh, this person is not actually human, and maybe she does actually have bone and clay legs, but you will never know because you can't see them. Also, I could totally make the colours of the weather trans. I could make this trans. I'm half tempted to do that. I'd have to reload the game, but even so. Also, most of what I say about sort of like the lore and the way the characters behave and stuff, it is just me just kind of pulling thoughts like from like everywhere, like as I interact with the game and sort of think about stuff. But other people are like very free to offer up their opinions of what they interpret different characters to behave like.
Where
and
did those lazy bastards go?
certain aspects about stuff. I'd love to hear what other people think. I don't necessarily think that there is a... I don't think that there is an entirely wrong way to interpret, like, the characters. You could argue that there is kind of like a wrong way, but I think the problem is people take very surface level readings of what the characters are saying and how they interact without looking at the whole picture and adding in like other character, like you have the entire thing with like the Bachelor and the Harrispex relationship. The fact that like for the Bachelor, a lot of the kin people and even like both Vlads just will not talk to him and give him information because he is not part of the town, because he is an outsider. But you're able to get more information from like the Harrispex and talk to the Bachelor and give him more information than he is like allowed to have from everyone else. And you have to take that into account if you're ever like doing an analysis of like the characters and what they're like, what part of their morals and principles might be. The characters are not like cut and dry. They are morally grey, and you can't box them into like one specific thing and go, oh yeah, this is like 100% how this character is based on like this specific set of interactions. And it's like, okay, but that's not the only set of interactions that exist within the canon of the game. Like I am very much like skimming the dialogue at the moment because my main focus for a lot of stuff is to sort of break apart the game. But like I would love to be able to talk about like the mixture of like the like character interactions, how you the player interact with the game through those character interactions, how they behave in certain aspects and stuff. Just like with like other people who are very open to just the idea of like analyzing these characters in certain ways. Trying to get a grasp of like anything coherent. What is a Thurgist? Thurgist. One who claims or is alleged to perform magic with the aid of beneficent spirits. Practice of rituals, sometimes seen as magical in nature, performed with the intention of invoking the action or evoking the presence of one or more deities, especially with the goal of achieving henosis and perfecting oneself. What is henosis? It's a Greek word for oneness, union, or unity. So almost like the concept of maybe like, I don't know, a I know I have a thought in my brain, I just can't like put it into like good words for stuff.
Katerina thinks Claire is a messenger from heaven.
Blank hashtag 69 something place Ruben. Like how it like kind of made a note and then didn't make a note. You have bullet. I mean, I'm assuming Ruben's just in his fucking warehouse. So going back to the thing that I was sort of formulating in my big brainium about, like, calling Isidore a Thurgist. Because it might just be something that they didn't really, like, implement much, but in Pathologic 2, the idea of, like, unifying the kin and the town as, like, one entity is explored a bit more than it is in this game. Because more of the focus, because it's the Haruspex primarily, more of the focus is around sort of just all the ideas surrounding like the culture with that. He is not here. I don't know why I thought he would be here. Do I need... Because I think the idea that, like, Isidore was trying to achieve sort of unity could be interpreted in, like, different ways. It's like, oh, he was trying to... because of the whole, like, because of the Kind's whole thing with sort of transcending the physical body and allowing your dreams and your consciousness to be, I don't know, like, embedded within something and preserved for eternity. Not necessarily like a form of immortality in the physical sense, but like when someone is immortalized in something, like a piece of artwork or something similar to that. And there's like like he knows that there's sort of just this unrest and wants to do something about it. He wants to make everything whole again.
Matchmakers are coming, trying to woo me.
I favor winning.
It's true. The girl has proven that.
My exhaustion's starting to get up. I swear there was like something that was added to my map or something that just hasn't like appeared. You know, I'm gonna talk to Vlad again because I have completely forgotten where I need to go. Oi, talk to me.
Where did those lazy bastards go? Katerina thinks Claire is a messenger from...
Talk to my father. What do you know? Where is he staying? There was a secret dissecting room in one of the warehouses, but no one knows where. Used to live most in the steppe. What would you have done if you were him? Guess I'd wait for him at the Kynes. Guess I'll just go back to the Kynes. I just need to get through this day that I do not have to give a shit about like anything else. I like how the log update for receiving a letter is titled "Has Mail." That's funny to me. City update. Has mail. That's why I want to do the whole the kid thing. So I want to see what it gets me, if it even does get me anything. I still have time in the day. It's fine. I do like how it mentions like, oh, you can see the house that the kids are playing in from Eva's house in the Stillwater, and it's like, okay, but I don't know which way the bachelor's room even faces. Also, you two are still here. Is it this one? No. Well, I'm just going to assume that one of these houses, like, unlocks. Also, house 6? Are there 6 types of houses? I thought there were, like, less than that. Alright. Is there any need? Oh, hey. There you are.
Shh. They can be around.
Febris typhoidea, or plague. Yersinia pestis. Assuming febris typhoid is just typhoid. Yersinia pestis. It is a bacteria. So, okay, that's something that's interesting, which I didn't actually know. When something is referred to as a plague, what that means is it affects both humans and animals. Presumably, like, all animals. Not necessarily that they, like, die of it, I suppose, but that they can certainly carry it, they can spread it. Did you know that Isidore was murdered by his own son? I believe the first rumor I hear. We have identified the killer, though we've yet to apprehend him. Ruben will collect the necessary equipment to protect him as he works with the bodies. In the meantime, we should inform Georgi what the investigation has shown. It's shown that there is a plague.
The town will meet its death at the hand of Simon's murderer. That much is certain.
Blanca billable are completed. The initial findings suggest that Simon Kane was killed by a highly contagious disease. So, I did not buy, like, any food or anything. It is extreme purple. This is I'm pretty sure this is just the general tint of the land. So this purple will remain consistent throughout, like, everything, as long as I don't change it. But the color of the sky will change tomorrow morning. It will change to a blue color. What is my hunger like? My hunger is pretty fine. I have completed all of today's tasks. I'm now going to sleep until nightfall. Ah, oh, it's raining. Hang on. I changed the color of what the rain should be. Wait, did I change it for nighttime, or did I just change it for the day, though? I didn't change it for the nighttime. Hang on. Actually, wait. We're just... rain every day is just going to be... a... Can I... God damn it. No, go away. Add custom colors, there we go. Oh, okay, I can't have that. It's the same thing, that's slightly annoying. I'm trying to make rain across every day, like, roughly the same shade of red as best as physically possible, because it changes depending on what time of day it is. It's all slightly different, but it's fine. So, hang on, let me just, did I save it already? I think I did. Let me just fiddle about with these colours so I can change. I'm changing every colour for all times of day. It's going to look awful, but I don't care. Because I just want to see it, like... I just want to see it change. Let's make nighttime like a deep purple. Alright, we're going to save this. We have saved that. I'm now going to just save... I already saved the game. We're just going to reload the game. Yeah, I love a good horde of rats. Can I just... There we go. So the updates that I've made to the weather file will not update until it hits daytime the next day. Everything looks fairly normal. That's a bit strange, it shouldn't be like that. It should just be... I guess maybe because it hasn't loaded, like... You know what? We'll go back into the house. We'll sleep until the next day and see if that makes a difference. Sleep for 3 hours.
The day is over. Your timely efforts
What was
allowed your
there was a
supporters
number
to
that appeared in the
ignite
bottom left of the
power.
screen.
A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theatre.
So I think it's, I need to wait until 6 AM rolls around for the changes to happen. Hunger, do not get to max before... Everything looks so normal. I want it to be normal. We just gotta wait a couple of minutes for the thing to roll around to 6 AM. I'm helping. What was that? I know that was the noise for, reputation, like, good, but what fucking sound was that? It was a noise. Honestly, it sounded like a Minecraft jingle. Like the dun dun dun. So prices will have risen today now. Hang on. Did I break something? Hang on. I feel like I may have broken something. I'm just gonna delete this file and save a new one. Just gonna save this new file here. Save. Okay, it still looks the same currently. In that case, we will go and just see. I want to get, like, a little bit of food first. Because I may as well spend like a bit of the money that I have on food, just so I don't friggin' die. Which money do I have? A decent amount. See, they're not necessarily worth a lot right now, but they have the potential to be worth more. And the nearest place I can sleep is Olgimski's.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater.
Sleep for 3 hours. It is now the next day. Oh, I need to wait until 8 AM. Hang on. I need to sleep for 2 more hours. For some reason, I thought it started at 6, but no, the game starts at 6 AM. There we go. It all ends in less than 11 days. Now, hopefully. Oh dear God. The ground is not pink anymore. Huh. So everything is blue now. So that makes sense. So right now I think it's sunny in-game. It is not currently raining. everything be blue? I was kind of a fan of the purple, not gonna lie. Updating salesman. There we go, see, now that's worth some money. Right, now we can just fuck around, because all we have to do at this point is survive. We don't necessarily have to care about doing literally anything, because there is no threat of death. Yeah, like, if I don't do the main quests, then, like, people will get infected, but it's fine, it really doesn't matter. Also, Hatchie, if you're... Hatchie, I'm assuming you're still here. You saw my, escapade with climbing a lamppost, didn't you? And how weirdly fucked up that is. I wonder if there's other stuff that I can climb. Well, I can get on top of here. This could be used for something. I'm not sure what, but it could be used for something. So, something I was going to say, provided that this guy oh, God. God, he's blue! He's a blue man! It's mildly disturbing. My question is, why is the ground itself not tinted? What does the tint govern? The tint has to govern something. But I know not what it governs. I'm still gonna go around and, like, collect stuff, because I do still need to live, despite primarily just fucking about. Yeah, it's just quite like a nice glow, you know? Now, you telling me that I can't get on these? There must be a way. If I could manage to somehow get on this fence, if there is anything I can use to get on this fence, I could potentially... I don't think I'd be getting on that fence specifically, actually. Ooh, hang on. Caught something there. What was that? Might just been the game lagging slightly. I've suddenly started dropping frames, which is always good. Can I walk up these? No, I can't. What is the point? I cannot jump into the river, which is very unfortunate, in my opinion. I get on top of here. I cannot get off the bridge that way. I cannot get off the bridge that way. Day 2, in which the Bachelor just fucks about all day. I cannot be harmed by the fire. Can I jump on these supplies? No? Really? I can't even jump on the supplies? could there be anywhere where I could possibly get on one of these walls here? In any manner? I need to find a place where stuff is close enough for me to, like, interact with it in a specific way that allows me to get on top of something. I want to see if there is any building in this game that I could possibly get on top of. Because there has to be, like, one, right, at least? I cannot jump on this bin for some reason. And most of the bins you can jump on top of. So something I want to test. Like, really? They... Okay. Interesting. So, I traded with this guy. I gave him 5 bottles and got a bandage out of it. But killing him, I did not get my 5 bottles back, but I got a different, like, set of... I got the table you get when you kill an NPC in this game. Which, like, makes sense, but I find it kind of interesting that the way the game is coded is like, okay, if a player kills a person, then they will roll a loot table for whoever they killed. That is how that will work. But if one of the muggers kills a character, and you recently traded with that character, they will have back whatever you gave them in exchange for, like, the bandage or whatever. Let me get on things. Let me go up. Stuck on a branch. Where is the nearest place where there is a lamppost close to something that I could potentially jump on? I want to find it. Ooh, that's slippy. But I can jump on it. I'm up here now. This serves me no purpose. But I can get up there. There needs to be more things that I can climb in order to scale things. Like, okay, if I climb this lamppost and I get onto that lip, does that lip have collision? Or no? See, it might do. It might have collision. It does not. And that hurt. Could there potentially be a part of it that has collision, though? Maybe. We shall try. Oh yeah, also this is the Plague Finder, the thing that the game does not tell you about. You can see plague clouds. Also, ooh, the motion on this is very bad. I'm up here now. What does that mean for me? Not a lot, it turns out. Is there really nothing that I can get on? Nothing at all? Nope. It just doesn't have collision. I would need to get high enough that I can, like, jump above the hitbox, the collision, the wall. But I don't really know how I would do that. I'd need to get on one building and then hop from building to building, essentially. There has to be, like, some things that have, like, funky collision. Also, something that I noticed while the last time I played is that when it comes to avoiding plague in houses, you can sometimes... Oh, wait. Oh, this doesn't have any collision to it. I can just walk through these. Okay. You can sometimes jump on, like, windowsills or otherwise, and the plague cloud will despawn. Sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes it does. Wait, what did that say? Do it again. 46,453. So the number decreased. I don't remember how many people... Oh, I can jump on that. Hang on. There's a ceiling in the way. So I can stand all over your stuff.
I can't take it anymore.
Okay. It doesn't really help me with anything, but I can stand on your table. How does that make you feel? Peter, how does that make you feel? I'm walking all over your stuff. Can I stand on you? It would appear that the answer is no. I cannot... Oh. Hang on. Why? Why? What? Is it something to do with the light sources in this game?
It's essential to allow yourself no time to think. That's how you get to heaven.
Okay. Oh, these don't have inside textures. Well, I'm here now. What does this do for me? Absolutely fucking nothing, but I'm here now. Interesting. Ooh. She's so blue. I hope the weather changes. I want it to rain. Now, here's a fence that I can get on. If it would allow me to climb this damn lamppost. Oh, I don't know what happened there, but I went through it, apparently. No, I wanted to get on the fence. So you can sneak in this game, but for the life of me, I've forgotten what the button is. Apparently it's none of the buttons I'm using. Left shift. Well, I guess that makes sense. Can't even jump on that. Game just doesn't want you to jump on things sometimes. Oh, hang on. This does nothing for me. I want to find more weird climbable trees. There has to be at least one more, probably on a hill somewhere. Yeah, I was gonna climb this one to see if the bush, if you can, like, climb on top of the bush. Which I'm gonna probably assume that you can. Let me up. No. So something I have kind of noticed with this is like, oh, everything is slowly changing colour, I guess. everything is slightly more purple now. Wait, what's my weather configuration again? Okay, so I think it's a clear day now. That's why everything is purple. The fog is still, like, orange, because that's how I've set it. But right now, it's like, it's not, like, sunny anymore, I guess. Oh no, it's a clear day, and this is the ambience. The sun is not currently, like, shining, I guess. Maybe. So this will last from 11 until midnight, and then in the evening it will start at 7 and last till 8, and we should see the ambient color drastically change. What color is it going to be? I'll never tell. Fuck me. No. God damn it. You kind of need to keep like moving forward as you jump at the post, but if you don't seem to be moving much, you can stop moving and you'll like balance it, and then you can jump and try and see if you can catch an area a bit higher up. Oh, wait. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. This serves absolutely no purpose. I just think it's fun. What is that there? There's something there. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. The ambience is obviously texturizing over something. Not sure what though. So I know I can get onto this fence, not that it does anything for me. The main thing I want to see is if there is any way for me to, like, get onto, like, these walls and such. To, like, maybe be able to, skip over areas and just completely having to avoid using the stairs. There is at least one place where you can do it, because it's in the world record speedrun for this game. But I don't remember where it is. But what someone does is go up to an area that has like one of these bins in front of it, and it's next to a wall, and they jump on the bin to hop over the wall. And there must be more than one place where you can do that. For some reason I thought you also took razors. I guess not. I do kind of want I want the plagued districts to start appearing so I can try and, like, fuck about with those. So I can jump on that wall. Does that do anything for me? Not sure. But I can't jump on this wall, it seems. That wall has a higher collision box than this wall, which is unfortunate. I'm going to assume that I can probably get up these stairs and, like, land on a wall. Yeah, and go between the pillars. Again, doesn't necessarily do anything. But I guess it's just interesting to note. You could possibly use that to your advantage if you want to get away from hostile enemies, I guess. Not that it would be very effective necessarily, but there's something, I guess. Could probably shoot him if he had a gun. Now, there's this over here. Can I do anything with this? Oh, I can get on that. Oh. Okay. I was not expecting to just fall through the floor there. But sure. I did it. I finally jumped into the river. I thought I would just be able to walk across there, but apparently not. Like, I'm assuming that I can't, like... I can't move past that. I can't, like, move across this. Right, so there must be a certain point on this where it stops having collision, because it assumes that the player shouldn't be here. Oh, what is happening? I'm not moving, I'm not doing anything, the game's pushing me. Okay, I can be here. I guess that makes sense because the area down here is, like, walkable. But still. So, at what point does this stop having collision? And is it consistent the whole way through? I have to assume that it's consistent the whole way through. You can't just walk across this. No, it doesn't let you. Unfortunate. Very sad. I don't understand why though. Why does it not let you just walk across that? Is that not just another... Oh, I'm in something. Oh, wait. I'm up here now, I guess. Hang on, let me reload the save so I have more health. I can walk along here now. Can I do anything with this? Can I go anywhere? Not particularly. That will not allow me to go anywhere, which is unfortunate. Now the bachelor is all wet. There was a bit that I could jump on. Let me jump on it. Oh, I was inside the wall for a moment there. Once again, just nothing I can really do with this. I can be up. Unless I can find like a... Wait. Oh, wait, no, I think I'm still on the wall. No, I didn't think so. Sad. Look at that purple water. Delicious. I made a threatening gesture. What do you have again? Boy. You're just a medicine. any of these trees that I can run up? The polyhedron's just a yellow entity. Ah. Can I have those now. They were just there. Is it just bread? It's just bread. It's bread. So, let's see if there is any way to get over, like, the dams and walls that are, like, between certain areas. Because one of the things that I always do, which fucks me over... I got mail. It has mail. Is I get lost, and then I forget that those, like, areas block off areas. Like, I can't move over these. So the question is whether I can get over them or not. And I reckon that for some of them, there must be a way. Because if these exist, then there must be a very high collision for that. I force myself into a corner and catch something. It would seem not. There just doesn't seem to be, like, anything that I can catch that really helps. Take some bullets for later. It seems that you can't scale trees like you can lampposts, which I think is unfortunate. If it were possible for me to get up onto this wall, I could probably do something with that. Oh, hang on. What's this? Something. I'm not entirely sure what. think this is... I think I'm on... What am I on? I think I'm on the sloped wall. Which means that the one for this wall is higher. Let's just do a total save, actually. Like, it's allowing me to do something. I keep falling off. What exactly am I falling off? So that... This wall... The collision for this wall seems to extend out a little bit to the left, it would appear. Where the fuck? It was slowly trying to shove me off just then. Don't know if, like... doing any sort of action, like, while trying to maneuver around this is going to give me any kind of boost. I'm slowly being pushed off again. Ow. There has to be more stuff that has weird collision in this. We know these things certainly do. I just want to get on top of this wall. That is all I want. But apparently the collision for this wall in particular is just so much higher. Wait, what? Hang on. Oh, is it just getting... Apparently he just favors the right hook, I guess. Damn, just let me grip something. The tiniest of things. Is there really just no way to get around these? have a gun, don't I? So the gun does not, like, clip into stuff, even though it definitely should. Like, the gun texture is just constantly over the top of everything else. That was a new noise. Alright, so this lamppost could be used to get up onto the fence. Stop watching me. I feel pressured to do this. I think you've, like... No, go away. You're putting pressure on me. I don't appreciate it. Yeah, you better run. Trying to see if I can keep my cursor centered on the pole as I jump as much as possible, whether that will facilitate me getting up the pole or not. Because sometimes I get quite high and other times I don't. The question is why? God, this... I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. It's just really hard. Okay. No, I lost it. But how am I losing it? What am I losing? What are your secrets? Oh, there we go. I don't know if there's any way to, like, set this up so that you can do it properly. That seemed to do something. No. Come on. just want it to consistently work. There's some consistency, but I can't work out what is consistent. It seems to be mainly the back side of the pole that gets it. Because if you manage to get up this far and you stay, then like until you jump, you're pretty good. Okay, I'm moving upwards. There we go. Can't tell where there's a gap in the fence or not. So now I'm up here. Can I get on the pipe? I can get on the pipe. Can I jump in the river? I cannot. Can I get back on the fence? Yes. Can I get on top of here now? I can. Let's continue moving around. Am I now high enough for this wall? No, still not high enough. Oh, god damn it, I slipped off. See, I can see the merit in this possibly being used if you were to try and speedrun the game in such a way that you needed to get to certain areas quicker. Because, like, if you're over there, if you're over this side, if you're up here specifically, you have to go, like, all the way through and down to get to this bridge. But if you just went this way, managed to get onto the fence, like, here, then you can just walk round and not have to worry about going through, like, in between all the buildings and stuff, and then hop off the fence here and just go over the bridge. Potentially. Because there may be other stuff, other places you can do. You can definitely try and see, like... Okay, like, how much can I use this to my advantage now on the tree? Hey, Musty. I'm in a tree. Oh, fuck me. Takes everything a little bit to load in. Also, well, now I can get onto... Or I can't get onto this tree, I guess. I guess the area for that is a little bit higher. That's kind of annoying. I need to know if I can get higher. That's my main question. Is there anywhere I can hop to that will give me more height to allow me to get to other places? These walls don't seem to like it. I have yet to find another tree, like the tree outside of Yulia's house. And I completely think that that's because that tree's on a hill, and nothing more. So, Pathologic on Tumblr has made a fog editor, so I can change the color of all the fog.
That's hot.
Yeah, I know, right? These are all changed from the default.
I'm assuming you're on intersex fog.
Yeah, because it's the background is the fog, and it's currently ambient. Because it's a clear day for the ambient. It was bright blue earlier for the sun, because it was sunny out. Let me on the barrel. Let me get on the barrel. There we go. Just none of these houses have edges. I do like nothing with this. It's so sad. I could possibly get onto this wall using this lamppost. Maybe. Let's try from the other side. There we go. Now the question is, can I get over to... Cannot move. Can I get over to that bit of wall? Probably not. Nope. It was too far. Why must you be so far away? Hmm. Doesn't really seem to be much I could do with the warehouses because I can't get onto the fence. Or no, maybe I can from this, perhaps. Thank you. Oh, what do you want to do, get in, boy?
Stop the pudding stuff.
Put me onto the fucking wagon. Now I'm stuck on something. Why am I? There's nothing there. Oh, there we go. Wait, does... What? Do these boxes just have no... They do kind of have like a little bit of collision, but this top box certainly doesn't. Come on, there has to be a way for me to get on top of the warehouses at least. Even if it's just the warehouses. Oh, there's a gap there. Oh, there we go. And I walked off. Damn it. Oh, what about this? What is with this wall? This wall type specifically just does not let you get on it at all. Oh, hang on, what was that? I got a little boost there from something. Does this also have with collision on it? What time's in game? Damn. So much stuff I do not understand how it works. If I got on the fence, can I get round to here, or does the fence not? No, I could maybe do that. Hang on. Did make a quick save while I was on the fence. Can I get on a shed? And will that give me a little bit of height? Oh no, I can't because of this gap. Because of this goddamn gap. Hmm. I hate you can't go up here. Like, why does it exist then? Why does it exist if I can't go up it? Even if you couldn't enter, even if you couldn't go into the warehouse that is up there, why not allow me to, like, go up there? Okay, so these are also scalable posts, it seems. Now I'm up here. Can I get on this wall now? Not exactly. I'm not sure what I'm on. It's a bit weird. Hang on. So some of the posts are climbable, but not all of them? Is it just the ones that are on the end of the path? Because this one I can get up. That one I can scale. Doesn't have any collision, because why would it? Of course it doesn't have any collision. I was expecting too much. So I can't fall off this way. There's not even something that I can jump on. Which means there's either like an invisible wall, or there's something else going on with that. Just gonna write down. This is just an entire area I can walk upon, probably because they know, like, oh, if the player gets in here, they'll probably get stuck. So they just make it so that you just walk on the entire thing. Oh, I can get in there though. Not that it matters, because I can just get back up on the thing. Okay. I just want to get higher. Let me go up. God damn it, let me jump. If you're going down a slope, you can't jump. It just won't let you. But you're doing the going down a slope, like, animation. Oh. There we go. Can't jump on that either. I just want to jump on, like, one thing. Let me go where I want to go. Can I hop onto this one? A little bit, maybe. By this side. Yeah, I changed the ambience again. Because it's currently a clear day. So the ambience is purple. If it was a cloudy day, it would be blue. Let me up onto this tiny little bit. I can see the fucking thing working against me to try and push me off. Oh, I can get up this one easier. Go forwards. So I can get onto this little bit of fence, but it doesn't, this doesn't really do anything for me. Oh, hang on, wait. Did that balcony have collision? I bumped into something. Oh. Okay, interesting. Why is this a thing? Why can you jump on this? You would never get here. So how could I be here? Why did they give that bit of the building collision? Oh, hang on. Now we're getting somewhere. Not like much further, but we're like slightly higher than we were before. I can't seem to do anything from here. But it's interesting nonetheless. See, there's another balcony there. I'm here now. Can I get to that? There's this bit of fence here. What could you use any of this for? Not a clue. But it's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Alright, game. We'll go with that. God, it sounds like you're getting smacked in the face. Dankovsky's just landing face down on the concrete. Oh my god. That one didn't do as much damage, apparently. But I think that's because I didn't jump. I missed. I want to go further. I want to see what else I can jump on. This is like a major thing that is possibly exploitable depending on where I can do it. My quest to scale a building. Yeah, it will be because it's getting towards the evening, so it's slowly darkening over time. It will turn green at some point. In fact, what time is it? It will turn green in 2 hours. Oh, come on. I got on it once and now I can't get on it again. I hope it rains in the evening. I want to see it turn red. Actually, there are 3 times of day. Orange, purple... No, 4 times of day. Orange, purple, green, and dark purple. Oh my god, let me get on this fucking balcony, please. I just want to be on this balcony. I want to see if I can get onto the canopy over the door. Excellent question. That's what I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to see what I can and can't climb. Fuck. Falling. There is a certain height from which you will take damage, and apparently, like, this is, like, high enough for that. I'm not fussed, to be honest. I don't care. Oh, you don't get deaths counted in this game. This is only in Pathologic 2. Dying has no impact on anything in this game. Oh, come on. It's because every time I start to move down the slope, I can't jump because it's doing the "you are going down a slope" thing. But I need to, like, build up the momentum in order to get around the corner to jump on the balcony. I got there once, I will do it again. No, I haven't tried jumping backwards. I don't really know how much of an impact that has on anything. Ah, it was right there. I'm gonna see if I can download something to unpack the textures in this game so that I can maybe edit them, because I want... God, these fucking loading screen tips are really badly designed. I don't know if it's just because of like my resolution or what, but there is a problem. Fuck me. Because the main thing for me that is intriguing about this is, why does it have collision? There is no reason, there is no way or reason a player would be up here normally while just casually playing the game. I mean, these tips are added by a mod, so these aren't part of the game. The game doesn't give you tips. These are entirely from the Relapse mod that I have downloaded, which speeds up the, slows down the in-game clock and speeds up the general feel of the game. As well as, like, making some of the, textures for, like, the gun just a little bit... Gun looks a little bit nicer. And also changes some of the sound effects as well. Fuck's sake. Why are you like this? This is so annoying. That's why, like, I want to see how these textures are made, because I feel like whoever was designing them didn't design them properly. So either my resolution is squishing them or something else is happening. For fuck's sake. I will get onto it. I did it once, I can do it again. I'm sad I can't seem to go any higher up the building. I want to be able to go places. Oh, no, okay. That was just me fucking up then. I keep hitting the wall as I jump. That's the problem. I need to jump past the wall. How the hell did I do it the first time? I didn't even jump then because it did the sliding down a hill animation. God damn it. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, finally. Jesus Christ. So I feel like that canopy is just a little bit too far away for me to jump. If I was able to boost the jump, I could maybe get to it, but I don't think there's a way for me to do that. Or if there is, I don't know what it is. I have no idea how I would do that. Ooh. Okay, so this also has collision. Interesting. But why though? I'm being slowly pushed off. Can't do anything else here. But I'm on it, I suppose. I can write down... And then I die. Can I jump on the sign? Can I get on this sign here? No, the sign does not have any collision to it. Unfortunate. This is interesting though, because it's like, okay, so those parts you can get onto, and you can move around the outside of the house, but I don't think, at least like at the moment, I haven't found a way to get any higher than that. Because I want to know if you can get on top of a building, if there is any possible way to just get on top of a building. Whether any walls have, like, weird or funky collision to them that allow you to go up them for some reason. Some trees allow you to... well, one tree in particular allows you to climb it. Every lamppost in the game is scalable for some reason. These you can get on. Some of these you can get on if you are, like, partially standing on one of the trailer mounts. You can stand on the barrels. I'm going to assume that these balconies here, you probably can't get onto, because I would assume that the player has no reason to be on them, so the game, why would they put in a separate area just to be able to get onto those bits? All of these buildings are a bit too far away from the fence to warrant trying to get on the fence in order to jump to them. These particular walls just have a higher collision box than some of the other walls for some reason, so you just can't jump on them. Can jump on that. Can't do much with that, but you can jump on it. Is there already anywhere from this one that I can jump to on a building? Let me up. Let me onto the lamppost. So I don't really have any way of setting this up so that it works consistently. I can get to like 3/4 of the way up, and then I can't get on top of it sometimes. So, okay, you're here, now what? Let me onto the goddamn lamppost. Sometimes looking up gets you higher, but it's not consistent. Damn it. There we go, okay. There we go. Okay, I'm on top of it now. Can't move, but I'm here. I think that jump is a bit too far, unfortunately. This one I think is the same, it's just a bit too far for me to really do anything, because it's like equidistance between the houses. I just want one way in which I can get onto a building. Though, I do think I am probably going to end stream, just because I've been streaming for over 6 hours now, and I have stuff I want to do. But we'll probably continue this tomorrow, see what else I can do. I'll sleep through to the next day and see if there's like, I think day 3 is when the infected districts start to pop up. So there's more stuff that I can do to test out things in those that I'm interested in. Such as spawn rates of various different items that can appear in houses and whether they change or not. But just go back to Eva's house. I want to stand on things. Let me stand on stuff. Let me stand on my own table. Oh. I can a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. But we'll save, and we will see if there is anybody around to raid. Ba 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 ba. Who's online? If there is anybody online. Fuzzy Freaks is online, playing Stalker Anomaly. I don't care about ads. There we go. So, yeah, thank you to everybody who joined me on this little trip to see what the fuck is going on with this game, how certain stuff is built. I'll probably I might continue this tomorrow. I probably will, because I want to see more. I want to see more stuff to do with like the infected districts and whatnot. Gonna get rid of that. But it's fun nonetheless. So we shall go and raid Fuzzy Freaks, who's playing Stalker Anomaly. Everyone go say hi to them, and have a good rest of your evening. Bye everyone.